Johnny6655, how's it going, buddy? I'm on like day 3 of trying to figure out the Y sorting. It makes no sense to me. It like is completely not. I just don't get it. And when I talk to ChatGPT, it describes the way it should work as exactly how you would think, and it's not doing it. I finished the scene with all 1789 frames. I feel so unkillable with these hours of animating. Like, you mean it's not scalable? Unkillable? Nice. I find the Warden Crinkles episode Madness 12 or 9.5 part 2. Oh, I find that Warden Crinkles episode Madness Combat 12 or 9.5 part 2. Oh, I understand what you're saying. I thought you like missaid what you were saying. My bad. My bad. I thought you meant like on. I thought you meant something else. going on, Ayrton?
welcome to episode 3 of the How to Make an RPG game in Go.4. And today we're going to be creating our Y sort and collisions. So if you need Y sorting in your game, which is basically like the player being able to go in front of the tree or behind the tree based on which one's lower on the screen, then this is going to be perfect for you. And then, just basic collisions so you can't run into the tree, so you can run into the tree and you can't like walk on top of a rock or something like that. But before we get started, I just want to ask if you go below, hit that subscribe button, drop a like on this video to help YouTube push this series to more inspiring game developers so they can learn to make their own good games as well. But without further ado, let's get started with episode 3 and create Y sorting and collisions. So basically, as the game is now, if we play it and we can, just walk right on top of this tree. But like when we walk here, we need to be on this side of the tree, which is right. But when we're back here, we need to be behind the tree and not on top of the tree, right? And then we also have no collisions whatsoever. So to make all this stuff, it's actually pretty easy with the new tile set system in Godot. So if we go to our tile map and then we go to our physics layer right here, physics layers, and we click add element, it's going to add a physics layer. But we still have no collisions, right? Because for the collisions, we need to go into our tile map down here, and we need to go to our, click on a tile, and then let's see, hold up. No, we need to go to our tile set. So down here, there's tile map and tile set. You need to go to your tile set. And then let's say we want to make the collision for this tree, right? So we click on the tree, we click paint, and then we click select a property editor, and then we'll go down here to physics layer 0, which is the physics layer we just added. And then as you can see, it's going to upload a little square right here. If we click on this tree, it will, kind of overlay it on the tree. Let's zoom out so we can see the whole tree, so we can bring the collision layer down here. And you can move it around anywhere you want on the tree. And then if you click the line, you'll add another little point so you can expand the collision area. And as you can see, that looks good. That's the stem of our tree. And then if we go down here and we click on the tree again, you can see it puts that as the collision shape for the tree, right? And then if we go to our bush, it's going to put the exact same one if we click the bush, but we need to change it. So we see the bush is here now, and we can click on this X to actually remove some of these because we're probably not going to need all of those. And then if we expand it, for it to look good on the bush, we can just go right here and then right here, and then we'll add one more, I guess, and that looks good, right? So then we click on the bush. We're going to click on the tree, and we make it look good for the tree, or the little tree, like so. Click on the tree, and then the stump, make it look good on the stump, and you kind of do this for every tile that you need collisions with, right? But obviously this is going to make collisions, and it's not going to make the Y sorting, so we still have to make something for the Y sort, but the collisions play a big part in the Y sorting, so even for a little one square, it's the same exact thing. We'll just make the collision around this big so we can walk behind the rock. Because we probably want to be able to walk right here, right? Because from a 2D view, that means you'll be able to somewhat be behind the rock, but walk in front. This is how you want a rock to look, right? And then we click there. The sign, same thing. The sign needs to be just pretty small so we can actually remove some of these. And that looks good right there for the sign. And you can zoom in super close too. But that looks good for the sign. So put that for the sign. And then the crate can be, we'll do something like that, right? And put that for the crate. And then if we go back and we play the game, as you can see, if we play the game, we don't have collisions, but we can fix that. Let's check what's happening. So first of all, do we have a collision shape on our player? We don't even have a collision shape on our player. So that's the error number one. So we go to our collision shape in our player. Let's add a collision shape to our player real quick. We'll just actually move our player up, because we're gonna need to move our player up anyway. Because our player, this bottom, I think needs to be towards the bottom for Y sorting to work. Actually, I don't think, I know it does. But now it's not gonna let me move the collision shape. Whoa, okay, okay, there we go. So the collision shape, we'll make it like this big, we'll make it like right there. And then if we go to our world and we play, now we should have collisions, and we do, right? So we can walk behind the tree kind of, but as you can see, there is a true collision shape there, right? So if we go here and we stop, there is a collision shape. As you can see, like right here, we need to be behind the tree, right? On this side of the collision shape, we need to be in front of the tree. On this side of the collision shape, we need to be behind the tree. So to do that, that's where Y sorting comes into play. Okay, so I actually want to go back and I want to fix the player. So you know how we moved the player up? We actually moved the entire player up. So I'm just going to go back here real quick and do a couple back spaces like this. And then we'll take our collision shape and we'll make everything, you know, correct real quick. So we'll just fix this up real quick. Is it not going to let me... Not gonna let me move this around. There we go. And then, all right, so there we go. Now we need to go to our player. So we'll actually go to our player right here, and then we'll go and we'll go to ordering, and we'll turn Y sorting on. And then we'll also go to our world, and we'll go to our node 2D in our world, and we'll also turn Y sorting on. And then we'll go to our tile map. And the layer that we made in the last episode that we called Y sort, which is basically the trees, the crates, the rocks, everything that we can walk in front of and walk behind, we'll turn Y sorting on here as well, right? And I also want to go back to the player after we do all that. I'm going to go back to the player. I'm going to go to the animated sprite. I want to do all this right, you know, so we need our player, we need it to be on the center, right? We need our...
That's not how that's not how it was described to me. It just has to be, the only thing that has to be Y sorting is the sort of the thing it's under. As long as the player character is in a thing that is Y sorting, and then the tree's Y sorting, then everything Y sorts. It just has to be inside of there. This guy's saying the complete opposite, that each individual thing has to be selected to Y sort.
And
so that's, it's every tutorial is like saying different things too.
So we'll go to offset. And we'll just offset the Y by like 15, by negative 15. So like that. So it's kind of like the legs are at the bottom. And then same with the collision shape, we'll just go here. And it's not going to let me offset it, will it? No, it won't. But we can just change the Y a little bit to like 15. We'll just go like 30. Or I mean, we can... Whoa, what? 0? Okay. So we'll just move it up right about, you know, like right there. And that should be good, right? So now we have our player, and if we go back to the world and we play, everything works, right? We still have collisions. Everything is working fine, right? But now we have Y sorting on. But you're like, it doesn't Y sort. Even though we turned all the Y sorting on, why does the tree not Y sort? Well, that's because we haven't made the Y sorting origin for this tree. And to do that, we gotta go to our tile map. We gotta go, you know, actually into the tile set down here. And then we can paint a new property, and we'll paint our Y sort origin, right?
This one's not even.
So then we'll click on
I think this one's like
pair. So let's see, let's play, and then hopefully it works now. And as you can see, it works, right?
Pretty sure that tutorial is not even like relevant.
let's learn about Y sort. Last episode we set up collision, but you can see our player can go above the trees. We don't want that. So now let's set up the Y sorting for our player. That means the player can go behind the tree. For that, go to the parent node of the tile map and all the nodes that are above in the hierarchy to the thing you want to Y sort. Go to ordering and set Y sort to enabled. You can see the ordering tab in the inspect.
So he just made the world itself. He made the world itself. Initially, I thought Y sorting only works if you have the gnome and the tree at 0. Right now, it's not working. If the gnome is at 0 and the tree is at 1, and that's the only way it works. What's up, side dims? This whole Y sorting thing, it's just I don't get it. Like I feel like I know as much about it now, like a week later, as I did on day 1, because it doesn't. I just don't understand what's going on. Every time I think I get a grasp on it, I adjust something breaks, and then like the rule set that I just used to make it happen like doesn't work anymore. Like, remember when the Z index Y sort is not on? No, the Y sort has to be on right here. This like thing they're under, like all these objects I want to Y sort, they have to be, this has to be Y sorting. Everything else can be turned off. You can turn this on or on, it like makes no difference. It just has to be Y sorted inside of this thing. As far as I understand, I've had it on and off and every variation of everything. It's, yeah, no, it like absolutely doesn't matter. Like I can turn all this on and off, but sometimes you turn it on and it flips something on too, and that has a change. It's bafflingly confusing. I don't understand why it's not just letting me like linearly approach this in a way that's like linear. It's like unbelievably. It says like as long as like if I go to the GNOME, this is the way ChatGPT explains it. If I go to the GNOME and I put Z as relative for everything, it should be relative to the parent, which is the body, and if the body is Y sorting correctly, everything like the GNOME should be Y sorting according to like the piece that is the main sort of father, right? And if that's working correctly, nothing else should be popping up out of that, even if it's positive 10 or negative 10, because you're right. You're gonna put these like little plates and arms and everything in their own order for this to work, and then, but it doesn't work that way. The way ChatGPT explains it is not like correct, or at least I don't. Maybe I have something unselected somewhere. There's like some option that has to be clicked on. I have no, like, I'm just like, this is like a weekend and I'm like, I literally have no idea. Like right now, this tree 1, GNOME 0, it's Y sorting. Whereas before, I definitively knew that is not how it works. Definitively knew that that's not how it works. And now that property is like 0. Who knows why that is or isn't working that way. Yeah, I don't know. Have you tried looking into a guide on YouTube? Absolutely, yeah, I'm looking at them right now, but they're all either outdated or just saying the opposite of what ChatGPT is saying or the experience I've had. Can you voice your current issue? It's I can't even voice it because I would have to like. I had the Gnome. I had all the animations working properly. Like but it was like taped together with like. I don't even know how to describe it. Like it was all taped together in the animation player, with like turning the things off and on in just the right sequence so they don't pop up in front of things. Like you see how this kneecap is in front right now? You see how this kneecap is in front? If I go in there to fix that, if I go to the Gnome and I go, if I go to the Gnome and I go animation player, whatever that leg was, Gnome left leg, you go down to Gnome left leg, wherever that is, you go to the Z index, you lower it down to go behind the tree, let's say. Say you save that and you go, so 0, but that okay, so it works now. Then you go, oh, okay, cool, I fixed it. But then you go to the next animation, the knee pops up again. You fix that, but then the other knee, it's like this super intricate puzzle, and I know it's like, I cannot decipher, because then the knee, like let's say I fix that right there, it's no longer in front of the tree, but then when you play the animation in your idle, that kneecap is now below your leg. So you go, okay, so the leg has to be even further back, right? So for the kneecap to be in front of the leg, you throw the leg 1 down, right? -1 or whatever. Now the leg will render below the tree before it Y-swords, right? So you keep going down like a rabbit hole of like trying to fix it, but then it's other parts are either in front of things or below things. They're not interacting with the Y-sword. So it's not even that there is an issue. It's just like it's like this gigantic puzzle, and I've not like what happens when you set Z as relative. It breaks things. Sometimes it fixes things, but then sometimes it breaks things. I'm not really sure what it does. That was on all body parts. Yeah, I've had that. I've had them all on and all off before, and I can't definitively tell you what it does. I'm not sure. If I turn everything on, I just know that's not the solution because I've had all these on and off multiple times. I don't know. I'd have to like create a separate game to create a separate character with everything like super isolated to like figure out like how to do this, because right now I'm just totally lost. Like, and all the tutorials have a single sprite player type of thing. They're just putting like one guy behind a tree. They're not trying to put like 17 body parts that have to be ordered correctly behind a tree that also shape it, like go into different animations. They're just playing like one little sprite below a tree. They're not explaining how to organize like something more like way more complicated. Yeah, but it could have been off. It wouldn't have made any difference. As far as I can tell, I don't know. I guess with that on, now trees only work on the same number, so if you look at the... Let's click on that. Now he's only Y-sorting if they're the same number on the Z index. So he's no longer Y-sorting with like random numbers, he's only Y-sorting with like, I guess, but let's turn it off here. So see, I turned it off, didn't change anything on the arm. Let's left arm, save, just to see like at what point will things start to break down. See, still Y sorting. Now that, well, the head is below the tree now. You see, like, keep them all on, but turn the root node off. that isn't going to be the solution, but we'll just keep going down the rabbit hole until something breaks, and I'll show you kind of like what I mean. I have to. I would have thought there'd be like some linear way to like set the positions like with like the z indexes, and then it would click z as relative to the body, so like it would be. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what the program wants from me. Like, I really don't. Let's do lower the head. I'll kind of show you what I mean if you're still here. I'll show you what I mean. It's gonna have its issues here. Okay, so if we turn off the left arm, for instance, our leg is actually in front of the body here. So like, let's do. So Z index, because it's parented to the Gnome body, which is gonna mess up all the I have to like redo all the animations too for that once you move that. But in order to make it go behind that, you go -1, right? Or whatever. -1 Z index for that legs for it to show properly. But these kneecaps are separated. I want them to be in front of the body. So I bring them up, go +1, +1 on this one. Turn that arm back on. So basically, like, should this Z as relative be on or should it be off? Because ChatGPT said it doesn't matter as long as this is the only place where it matters that it says that right here. That all these objects that you want Y sorted, this is the only Z relative that or Y sort enabled that matters. There's also the issues, like if you look very closely, the legs are they're actually not showing up in front of the tree. Right. They're actually not in front of the tree. So before he Y sorts, like he goes up and now he's behind the tree, the legs are right here. See that leg right there? It's behind the the stump of the tree. So what I would do is I would go to the Gnome. We're just playing with the reset, right? Reset, then you go to your Gnome right leg, for instance. Then I would go Z index, bring it back up, I guess. So now it's in front of the body. Gnome left leg. So now they're in front of the body. So that doesn't work because we got to have the body in front. But let's just to test that it works on this, right? Now everything's in front, right? So you're like, okay, cool. Now I just need to bring the body forward or whatever. Gnome body, Z index, +1. Is it going to do anything or? Is it because it's Z is relative? Is that why it's not doing it for this one? Because it brought the body forward. The legs, did they have Z as relative? Left leg. Gnome right leg, for instance. Z index, or they had Z as relative too. Okay, so body being at 1 should already be in front of the leg. Right? I would think that it 2 save. It's still, the body's still not in front of that leg. I don't even remember how I had this before that it all worked. I had all 4 animations working, except for like one little thing that I went down the rabbit hole and fixing it, and I unraveled the entire thing. I don't know. And this is the body. And it's at 10 and it's still not in front of the leg. The leg, I don't know. Because it's parented to the body. It should be below the body automatically, right? if that's at 0, the body being at 10 should override that. Right, I would think. But it's not. But for some reason going down on the leg does make it go below the body. Like it's almost like the body... What if I turn off Z as relative? Is that going to do anything? No. Any ideas? So that's kind of where I'm at. Is just like you try to make things work, which breaks other things, and then even if you get all this animation working, you put it behind the tree and like something pops up in front of the tree, and then you lower that and then it breaks some. It's just like I'm just going in circles for like days here. I just no idea how this works. I know it's possible. I just don't get it. Like. So that's kind of where I'm at. I can do is like just reset everything back to 0 and just start over, and then maybe like I'll catch up. Because like I said, the tutorials don't really help. They're just not talking about this level of doing multi. Because when it, even if I got this to work, once you go to the character turning around, all the Z indexes have to switch to different positions for the head to be behind the torso and all this kind of stuff. So everything just breaks down there too. And you can either tape fix it, which just creates a spider web of issues, or what I'm trying to do is like understand how it works, how it thinks, and it does. I cannot find any correlation. But that's not the program's fault. I just don't get it. ChatGPT just says if you have Z as relative, like if your torso, let's say my body is at like proper functioning number or whatever, like 0, and it's Y sorting with the tree, everything else under it with Y sort enabled should not affect the, like it only locally should affect its layering, like draw order, not affect the tree ever. But it like straight up just doesn't do it. That's not what it does. So like between the all of the tutorials are saying different things, and they're from different eras too. So it's kind of like before I couldn't get anything to Y sort unless it was the exact same Z index over here. Now it does just random numbers. Sometimes it Y sorts things, sometimes it doesn't. See, these are off 0 and 1. These are Y sorting. Z is relative. Z is relative. I don't think these even need to be on really. I'm not really sure. Okay, so if I I don't even know what I just changed. What did I just change that it stopped doing that? Was it? I forgot what I just clicked on. Zero, 0. So now it's Y sorting with the 0. Okay. I wish I would have noticed what I just clicked on. So that didn't have any impact, I think, right? So only sorting with self, Y sorting, okay. Okay. Change that to 1, so it will do. What if this is a 2? Will it still do it? No. 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 So now, whatever I changed, it only wants to Y sort with the exact same number. But what it was, I don't know. Z is relative? Nope. Nope. So not that. Gnome body. And I think gnome body needs to be, like if I change this to a 1, that's going to break something. I think it needs to be at a 0. Although I can't remember. 2. 3. It's not really doing anything. Gnome body Z index. Oh, it says see down. See, I thought I was changing the gnome body Z index, but it's still at 0, even though I just changed it a bunch of times. So I have to go to the animation player, change it on this keyframe. So let's go 1. So now it doesn't work. So that has to be a 0. The node Z index is added to its parent Z index. This is useful for things like character made of multiple parts. So a knee pad with Z index of 1 appears in front of the boot, which has Z index of 0. A knee pad with a Z index of 1 appears in front of the boot 0. But the whole GNOME respects the world's depth, like... Yeah, but like it doesn't. That ChatGPT is making it sound like if you turn this on, and then you can layer whatever you want on the GNOME locally, and then it, like, as long as the thing it's related to the parent correctly, then it shouldn't affect anything, but it like straight up does it, things just pop out in front anyway. See, like, if I wanted the leg to be behind the body, but this cover to be in front of the body and in front of the leg, boom, 1. Right? And you'd be like, oh, that's dope, you can do that, but you can't. What is that? Right leg cover? Right leg cover? I'm sure I didn't change it correctly. Right leg cover, Z index Let's do 1. And then Z index on Gnome right leg. Z index, that should be -1 to be behind the body. Okay, so let's go ahead and give that a save. I don't even want to save it though. So we'll go. So now it's sitting correctly. And okay, it's Y sorting here. Because that's 1 and 1. Okay. So far that sort of makes sense. But the leg is behind this tree stump now. So if the oh no, it is not, it's actually doing it properly, right? Yeah. Only when it goes here, well, not there. When it goes above that, everything disappears. Okay, so that's sort of fine. Left arm. Oh yeah, so we need, I'm going to take out the left arm for just right now. Left leg cover. Gnome left leg. Where's the Gnome left leg? Z index should be -1. But the cover should be +1 with Z is relative turned on. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, I gotta save that. Okay, so the reset, without anything moving, the reset is functioning correctly. Gnome idle. This is where things start to break down. Well, I had to adjust a bunch of things, so like don't pay attention to the animation. I'm just trying to get this kind of. So I wonder if it would have been better just to can I replicate reset? So this is functioning correctly. If I do animation duplicate reset, I'm just gonna call it reset idle. But it's an actual animation now, right? Oh no, is that gonna be, no, yeah. That has to be, yeah. That's not a true reset. Okay. Oh, that's not gonna play. Yeah, let me, actually I can't do that. I'm gonna delete that, remove. No. Yeah, let's go to the real idle. Gnome body. Let's just play that through. So the idle, if that's all working correctly, move it over a little bit. No, it's not. Wait, the kneecap should be in front. So if you go to Z index 2. And I think that's gonna break it, right? Even though let's. Oh wait. I gotta go. Z index save, and then it is Z is relative. So in theory, idle should still be. Yeah. See, so now it's in front of the tree, even though Z is relative, which is parented to the body. So it should not. It should only be ordered locally and not globally. But it's acting globally, which is what makes it impossible to fix anything. If I go to 1, oh wait, fuck. That was weird. Right leg cover Z index. But in theory, you should be able to put this right leg cover. The way ChatGPT describes it is gnome body. Wait, left. See, that should be in front. Left leg cover Z index 1. Save. that was what? That was right leg, left leg, cover. Left leg cover. Z index is left leg cover. Z index is 2. But if I click, it's Z is relative, so it should not be affected globally. Gnome body here is at Z index 0. And it is Z index 0 here. Run left down. Gnome body Z index back to 0. Yeah, Z's relative is on. If the body, and it's parented to the body. Z's index is on here. Z's index is on here. Z is relative. Z is relative. So that should not be popping in front of the tree according to the logic of I don't know. So I'll fix these animations later. I'm just trying to get to where they all work. No, I don't think I did. I think I'm just kind of going in another big circle. I don't think so. Um, because I don't really understand why it's like why things do what they do. Like I don't know how to explain it. I just don't get it. So because I still can't figure out why sometimes things Y sort with like this should be 2 and 2 and that should Y sort, which it does. But sometimes some of the settings I can't remember what it was changes that. Can't remember what I hit. Some, like I said, the way ChatGPT explains it is like the way you would imagine it works. That if you put z as relative, it would be relative to the local gnome, meaning that I can address all the values without, so long as, like, let's say the body is correct to this, the tree, and it's y sorting correctly. Whatever, however far this hat is or far back should not matter. Like a random kneecap or a random arm should never pop up in front of anything. Problem is if I lower the arm, then what will happen is actually show behind the tree. It won't y sort, it'll be behind the tree, or the head will be behind the tree if you go too far. So it's actually like not like it doesn't actually do anything. It's like it's just like I don't get it. Right now everything's working, but then like later it won't. In fact, why is this origin here? I never moved the origin that I remember. Well, this is fucked up because I added the legs as children of the body to try and fix the issue, because I thought, well, maybe z is relative to the body, so so that's why all the animations are messed up past this point. I gotta like manually go in and fix them. But yeah. And I'm not saying there's not a tutorial out there for this kind of animation. All the tutorials are like for older versions. They're either outdated or what they're talking about is so simple that it's like it's not relevant to what I'm doing. So run left. I'm just run left down. Run left. We will try to solve it once we've got one of the things we need. Once we've got all of the things we need. Well, I was basically one animation away from finishing everything. But then I started putting it behind the tree. And I'm not sure that, like, well, I don't want to hand it over in like such a broken state that it's unusable. Because everything, like it's mostly usable, but it may not be. And the thing is something else I discovered is that, like, when an animation ends before a certain trigger happens, let's say you want to turn off a certain part of the body or turn off visibility for something before it goes into the next animation, because of the way it works, if you were to like move the character the way it's designed now and that animation didn't finish, things are going to get messed up because they didn't trigger something. It didn't get to that part of the animation, so you have to do it at the beginning of the next animation to trigger that. So the level of I'm not complaining, I just don't understand how, like, it can be like this. Like, how could it possibly be like this? It seems like what it should be doing is playing an animation, and when it's called for a different animation, it gets completely cut off, not merged with other, like, things. I don't know. Anyway. So I gotta move the origin first. Where's the body? Body position. Should be like here. I'm just gonna get rid of all these. Just move them over. Alright, so he's here. Because as far as the way ChatGPT explains it, z is relative would make everything you know, localized. So you could have like this at -10, this the head -1, this +2, right? So the head is behind the torso in this instance. But none of that, as long as the main part, that's like the father, like of everything, the gnome body, so long as that is correctly in a Y sorting with the tree, all of this should be relevant to the tree. You should. for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna take and I'm not gonna animate the legs right now. I'm just gonna take and replicate them. Run right up. No. Yeah, run right up. We can run left up. We'll run left. Run left up. Run right up. We'll get rid of this one. Animation remove. Probably say I'll push this. I almost don't want to save because I had to like backtrack. I thought I was almost done last night, and then I had to go back 13 hours of work to like try and get back to a workable state or something. Like it was just yeah, just not going well. I almost don't even want to save it because I don't know if I'm walking into another trap here. So that's. Duplicate, run right up. Did it not run left? I think I named it. I had to have named it something wrong. Why isn't it running? Gnome, run right up. Run right up. Oh, I capitalized right. Let me. How do I rename that? Rename small r. Okay, and let's play that. See, this is where you start getting excited, where you're like, oh, no, see, it's all working now, and then you finish all the animation and it's Y sorting correctly, until you go back to the original screen, and go like, try to move the character, and you realize it's actually not even Y, he's just standing behind it, it's not Y sorting. It is now, but I'm saying things like that have happened, where I just did everything, had the tree in front of him for the test, without realizing that it was a false positive, and it actually wasn't checking anything. Because it actually was not even a change enough stuff where things weren't working properly at all. So far so good. Now I need to work on the action, and if I could get that done without things falling apart, I'll do the little legs for the running again for the 15th time. Okay, so action left down. Hopefully this wasn't too horrific to fix, because the problem is that I didn't have any of this stuff. I think part of the issue is, part of the reason why the B worked and this isn't, is because I didn't have everything parented, which I do now. I think it needs the Z is relative. even though it doesn't like work how ChatGPT describes it, or how I don't even know if you need that on. Regardless, I think part of the reason why everything's working is because it's parented. They're not individual pieces. I thought initially you could just go, you have 10 pieces of a gnome. This is the way it would make sense to me. Let's say the tree is 1 and your body is 1, so they can Y sort. And then you can kind of layer everything however you want below 1, because it's going to be behind the tree anyway. And then, but like when it Y sorts to the front of the tree, everything that's parented to the body should just follow along with the Y sort of the body, ignoring however negative things are below for the gnome, for the things to be laid out correctly. That's how I would think it would work. And it sort of does to a point, but then it like kind of breaks apart sometimes and you don't know why. So there's some like logic that I just can't grasp that's like, okay, so first we need left arm position. God, I hate fixing this stuff. Lots of work to do there. And clean all that up later. I just want to make sure the Y's ready. Right leg cover. Put that over here. It's parented, so I really shouldn't have to move it around, right? Yeah, I don't know why those nodes are there, or whatever. Yeah, so let's play through that really quick. It's gonna be really messed up in the animation. The thing that was wrong there was what? It was the origin. Why is he so low? Gnome body positions. Gnome body position. Go. Gnome body. And I'm gonna delete these and put them in later. Left, action left down, run left down, let's use idle as a base. So that's very close to idle. It does not, I just don't want him teleporting around. I'm gonna call that good for now, just for the sake of the argument, so I can, like I said, I don't know why it's working now. I don't know, really. Except the only big thing I changed is I parented everything, which is why the animations are completely messed up. I gotta fix that. He's not supposed to be leading that far. So duplicate action right down. so far. I'm gonna push that to GitHub because it looks like I might be in the clear. All right, let's play that. Oh, that's right. The knee pads aren't there. Okay. So the knee pads are working good there. They're supposed to be in the front. And then they are gone for some reason, but whatever, we'll fix that here in a second. So game map 2D. No, he is Gnome. Action left down. Pads are showing here. So whatever. What was the last animation? It was the run left up, right? Script run right up. So whatever happens. Oh, that's right. Okay, run right up has that issue. It has that run right up. The pads, the game body, right leg cover. It has Z index position texture. And I probably need to, because it's here's -1, right? For its right leg cover. Because it has to be over there. Might have to fix that. Why do I see... Oh, that's the knee pad showing up in front of the... it's showing up in front of the body. Right. Gnome left leg, cover, and that should be Z index -2. No, and that didn't help. Right leg cover. No, okay, so it's left leg. Let's go back to 1. Left leg cover, Z index -3. So we have a little issue with the right leg should be in front of the left. So if I bring that up to 1, it's now in front of the body. If we go negative, it's showing up below the other leg. So we need to gnome left leg. Gnome left. Left leg, Z index should be -2. And that's so it's now it's below the other leg, but is that gonna break something else? Shouldn't, right? Let's see if so this arm goes forward, this arm goes forward arm. Let's zoom in on that. things. Red leg cover. Position. Need to adjust that. Gnome right leg. Gnome left leg. Position. So. Forward. So goes forward. And we'll just copy this. And then right there. Those. Copy that. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to do that so that okay, let's go check, let's go save again, let's go check that in the game. And that one we're just gonna copy. Okay. Let's GitHub that really quick. So, Gnome root, Gnome, and then we need to do delete. So this is the one I like. Run left up, run right up is the broken one. Let's delete that one. Remove. Run left up. Duplicate this. Duplicate. Run right up. Then we're gonna do add track, root, scale, keyframe that, and -1. That's another issue I had ran into earlier is I couldn't flip my assets. Like they just only some parts would flip and some other ones wouldn't. So I had to restart. Like that was one of the reasons I had to restart all the animations. There's just all kinds of, and I could have been like a random setting I hit. It's just like hard to tell like why exactly that was happening. I'm gonna have to check the B too because the B actually has never been tested against things showing up in. Well, I'll take care of it later, but I'm not gonna do it now. But where's the positive B? What's these? These are 0, 0, 2. Do you have a 2B? What's this? 1. Let's make this tree a 1. Okay, so that makes sense. Let's get this B behind this tree, just for fun. Just want to see if that B is gonna go through all the animations without showing anything up in front of the tree, because that would be amazing. That the first animation I made had none of these issues, and then all of a sudden all these issues show up. Is that not the most insane? Just it's actually going through all the animations of the B and not having any of the issues. What about the flower? Well, the flower has to be messed up. Or do we have a 1? Who wants to volunteer? Go. Like, how could I have gotten that lucky and that unlucky in this instance of it? I'm gonna check the builds of those characters. That's so insane. Okay, so what is it? Flower. Spit is the only thing that isn't a child. So actually I'm gonna have to put, okay. It looks like basically the main difference between the gnome that I had before and so let's look at the B. Yeah, everything is fathered. So we have parent, or not father. There's parents and then you have children. Shadow isn't though, so Shadow will probably, maybe that's why I had not to diverge too much from everything else, but maybe that's why I had the, hold on. It's not on the flower. But I remember having some sort of an issue with the maybe it needs to be a child also. Whatever. Anyway, it looks like everything Z is relative works better or whatever if things are not just wherever. They need to have they all need to be parented up correctly, and then you can kind of get away. You can kind of do it. Let's just do that one more time. Just because I'm making progress finally. The hammering actually doesn't look too terrible. I need to clean up the arms and stuff like this needs to be fixed. The walking on this station, but this looks okay. Doesn't look distractingly bad. I gotta obviously do stuff, but that I like the hammer hitting. Right, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. I am, however, curious, for the sake of my if I go to idle, everything is parented. Unless say I go to my left forearm and it has Z as relative and it's at 0. Alright? And this arm is at 0. And the gnome body that is parented to is at 0. So its order stacking is only done through this column here. This order is what was telling things where to be. Right? If I slap a 1 on here on the forearm, is that gonna break? I'm gonna say yes, right? No? Oh, because it's no, that was idle. Form. Oh, it didn't change because I have to change it here. Okay, left arm form, Z index, slap a 1 on there. Nope, slap a 1 on there. And play. Yeah, okay, so that it's but then the Z index doesn't really do anything. Or Z is relative. At least the way ChatGPT described it was like the magic pill for this, but it's actually, it still has to be at 0. It has to be zeroed out all the way through, and the ordering is only done through this. And if you go outside of this, it'll break. I don't know. So let's say if the body, if the GNOME body was set to 1, and I saved it, and I went play, GNOME body, Z index is at 1, that's idle, so how come it's still what? Okay. GNOME body Z, it got reset to 0 for some reason. Position, rotation, texture. GNOME body, why? I could add a track, but that, I feel like that's like cheating. If I go, no, okay, so let's just do keyframe that, GNOME body. We have a 4. It should be in front of the tree right now, right? Oh, 1 second. Put the tree in there. Yeah, okay. So we'll do Z index. Just, I want to try 1 because the tree's 1. GNOME body Z index, let's turn that down to 0 again so it works properly. Run left down. I know, it's a 0 here. That's why it started working, because it forced the flip right there. Then why is ChatGPT telling me the exact opposite of what I'm seeing over here? Unless I can go negative, because negatives still work, right? If I go to idle and I go to my legs, cover Z index, it's at +1, but it's left leg cover, left leg is at -1, GNOME left leg. So maybe because it's relative to its parent, which is -1, it turns it into a 0. Maybe that's why that's working on the kneecaps right now. If the kneecaps, they're children of the legs. If they're -1, but the leg is, or no, they're 1, but the leg is -2 with -1, then it just makes it a 0 in the eyes of the tree. left arm is makes sense. Left arm is 0, and and then the forearm for it, Z index is 0, and the only reason it's in front of it is because of here, right? Because it's gnome. Right. Yeah. So like it makes that's why it's in front. Oh. Well, I guess that's just what it is. But what if I put Z as relative on the gnome root? What's that gonna do? What's that gonna do? Nothing? I guess. Z is relative on gnome root did nothing. Failed experiment. I don't know. I guess I know how to I guess I know how to build it, but I just Alright. So save that. Go to gnome. We'll do left, no, action left down. That's where the kneecaps are missing in the player. And we're gonna look at our kneecaps, which I'm gonna guess they should be at 1. Our pads, right leg cover, There, they are at 1. Let's give it a keyframe. Z index is at 1. And then right leg cover, where's the right leg itself then? Was you ever into Eve? I think you can tell by my ability to understand charts and like that. No, I'm not an Eve guy. That game seems like an actual night like this, but like for a game instead. Like this is like fun for those people. Yeah, no, I don't. I do not enjoy Eve. I like the idea of it, loosely speaking, but I'm sure like I was half and half because you're into RTS. Yeah. I was watching Marky Dragon play it, and it seems like I would enjoy it if I had more of an ability to do this. Like, I enjoy it. Haven't played it for a while. I play it in spurts. It also is like the kind of game where it seems like if I did get into it and I did find that I like it, that you'd have to cancel the next kind of like 10 years. It could be like the next 10 years of my life just disappear kind of thing. It's not fun to watch being played, I don't think anyway. Yeah, like when I was watching other people play, it's them stationed at a like a whatever kind of station, and they're talking. Definitely could happen. Yeah, well, especially with a game like EVE Online that isn't like World of Warcraft. To me is like, I don't want to say boring. I think it'd be more fun with like other people, but I try to get back into World of Warcraft, and I was like, after like I probably put 20 hours into it, and then I just kind of stopped playing. But EVE Online is the kind of game where it's got a real economy, it's got like real things happening, real strategies. The world is dynamic, and that it's things are formed organically because of people's dedication to whatever they're doing. It seems like the kind of game that's like actually worth playing. It's like Dwarf Fortress, right? It's got like this complexity. I play for the economy. Yeah, I think like I would be like a mining hauler. Like I'm just at my age. I'm just more attracted to like, like I've heard shipping isn't like really that lucrative because of like people will get you, and it's like super risky to like play that role. being like a freighter, but like mining you can do it. I don't know. But yeah, I would like to do something like that. But I was hoping more along the lines of like Star Citizen becoming stable enough to like do mining in that game, because mining in EVE Online seems a little bit more dry. Like, but yeah, like I said, I think if I got into that game, it would be like GG, game over. I would just never go outside. I'd have it up like just always open, always like checking on stuff. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking at the cover, right leg cover, gnome right leg on mine sometimes. You know what would have been the greatest game of all time ever? Period. Like that would have taken over the world if I had just been listened to. Is if you want to go more dangerous areas, it's Thrilling. Yeah, I would probably just cost average, like if I had enough ships and enough economy that like taking on those missions like made sense. But I'm not into like just thrills for the thrills of it. But if I got to the point where like you can manage those risks appropriately, then yeah. But just sending a ship off to like probably die for, just to get an adrenaline rush out of it is not my sort of cup of tea. Sorry, what was I doing? Yeah, so my knee pad is at -1. Right. And then the leg itself is a 1, which makes sense. That's how our idle is set up. Now you don't aim to die. I scoop gas and have like a cloak ship that I use. People don't have like anti-cloak stuff though. I'm sure you can do it. It's just even when I was listening to them talk about it, it seemed a little bit like not daunting, but it's like this is you can have like a 3-hour conversation just about the dangers of hauling freight. Yeah, they do run anti-cloak. Nice. But it's a battle of wits, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I know what's happening. The knee pad is there. It's just I'm using the wrong. I was using the flip knee pad for another animation, and now I'm looking at it, and it just hit me that it is there. It's just here. He'll play it right there. It's there. It's just flipped the wrong way. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay. It got me. The kneecap got me. So I need to do what? I need to go to my Gnome. What was that? Right leg cover. Right leg cover. And Z index. No. Position. Add track. Right leg cover. Texture. And we got that one already by default. Alright, let's save and play. I feel like Gnomes is really tilted when walking down. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. That's gonna get fixed. I'm just trying to. I'm gonna get through like all the animations and like if I can get like not just angled in perspective but generally overleaning. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so the kneecap. Hold on, I just missed the animation. I gotta watch it again, but I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure I did see the kneecap there this time. What happened was the reason I'm redoing the animations is because when I parented all the, okay, it is there. When I parented everything, like the legs to the body, it moved not the offset, but it moved them essentially, and so, and it like twisted things up, like things were just out of place. That's why the lean is in there so hard. So that's got to get fixed. But I just want to get through get the action animation up, left, and upright, And if all the Y sorting works, clean, then go, because I can clean up the animations. That's just a matter of time. This is where I think the big thing is the parenting. I think they want you to control the layers only through this like little column right here. Although the thing is that I've done sorting through this Z index. I've done that. I don't understand how I have done it and now it's not. And I guess I don't know. Anyway, let's do. Okay. At least I'm on. I think I'm on the right track because the bee is constructed the same way as this guy, and the flower is constructed the same way as this guy, and neither one of them are having those issues, and he's no longer having those issues ever since I parented all of the objects according to the way they're supposed to be. So, Gnome. Gnome left leg cover. Select it over here. I love that you can click here and then it'll make it orange here somewhere. Oh, I guess it's not on the board because I never messed with it. I'm gonna have to make a new track. Left leg cover. Wait, anyway. Yeah, left leg cover. And then we're gonna do what am I gonna do? Was it Z index? It's at 1, and then left leg covers at 1, and then left leg should be a -1, and I guess that's seen as 0. I'm guessing that's how that's working. So let's go ahead and play. Oh wait, obviously it's gonna play here correctly, but is it gonna play here correctly? And the reason that it has to be dictated here is because the last animation did not have that. And so it doesn't know to reset this to -1 from whatever it was doing like last time. Or something. So it's there, but it's the I need to use a different sprite. I need to use a different I need to go action left down, left cover, left leg cover. I need to right leg cover, left leg cover. And I need to add track and put a different. It's gonna look better if it's got the other knee pad on there. Left leg cover, texture, add a keyframe. That one, right? And let's give that a save. Let's give that a whirl really quick. That little jerk right there in the idle, I also don't know why that's happening. That started happening like a while back, and I haven't narrowed down why he's like, but he doesn't do it again. If you keep playing it, he doesn't then do it again. It only happens one time. Okay. See, he won't do the jerk again. It only happens the very first time he runs it. So that's what makes it hard to know. Alright, so the thing I didn't like is it seemed like the knee pad appeared like a second too late. So I'm gonna move this a lot. A lot of times I move them not on the first frame because like they won't work. For some things don't work if you don't put them on the very beginning. You know, like kind of have them be like one frame. But again, that could just be me being crazy, but we'll see. This is at the very beginning. And sometimes things do not work when they're like that. And the feet will not be moving like that. They're going to be moving like this, kind of like that. They're not going to be moving just like that. Okay. Yeah. Left down. Yeah, so I got to move it off this edge just a tiny bit. I think that was the issue because it did disappear, right? We didn't see the kneecap, so let's do that. Let's run that again with it off the starting line, and it should work now. That's another thing I want to complain about is like how come it like you can't have the keyframe in the very beginning, otherwise it like won't work. See, it works now because it's off of the starting line. It's like a little bit ahead, so it like has a, I don't know. That's a weird nuanced issue that like you can only find out by running it. Like there's no way to know that that's going to happen without you just sitting here and suffering for hours until you realize that that's why it's not working. I need to, yeah, this animation needs to get fixed. Alright, so I'm going to finish the last animation with the action left up. So, and then I'll just go and clean everything up after that. But I am super stoked that I did fix it, even though I'm not. The thing that bothers me is the not fully understanding of how. Except the parenting. The parenting does make sense. The parenting makes perfect sense. But the fact that it was Y sorting with a tree being like 10 and the gnome at like -1 before, and I can't remember what I did to make that happen, or just not fully understanding things is like really bothering me. Alright, so we'll do gnome, action left down. No, we just need to do new one, right? Yeah. Animation, new, action up, left. No, action left up. Action. I had to go buy topsoil today because like my excavator guy, not only did he hit the fence of my neighbor, which they were totally cool about. They said they had another plastic piece to replace that piece. But then like there was like half a scoop worth of like land gone from their property from the excavator, so I had to go buy. I didn't have to, but oh wait, action. What am I doing? Left up, right? Left up. Action left up, yeah. And so I had to go buy it. Luckily, topsoil is still at a very reasonable price. Not expensive. Let's do 7.5 seconds of action left up. 7.5. texture. First things first is changing this to a different body. So first turns that way. Second thing that happens, head turns that way. So Gnome head. Gnome head is up left. So we're both looking that way now. I need to put the head below. The head needs to go to the gnome head Z index. Where is it? Z index. So That's weird. Let me. I did save it. I'm gonna exit out of that. That's weird. Okay, yeah, that was 100% legit glitch. Action. Right. Okay. Thank God. What was it? Left leg that I needed. Gnome left leg. Okay. Now I just need to gnome left leg. Left leg position. And this kneecap, right, left, right leg cover. I'm pretty sure. This is gonna be. It's gonna be position, and it's gonna be position and. Is the index, right? So we're gonna hide that. Oh, I did it for the wrong one. Okay. Well, that's fine. I can still need this. Right leg cover. Left leg. Left leg cover. position. I'm just gonna hide this since it's not gonna be seen at all anyway. I'm just gonna hide this all the way in the middle of his body. And then I'm gonna hit Z index and put that at like negative, I don't know, whatever. You don't need to see that ever again. I'm gonna have this arm. Man, that was kind of a difficult animation to do in the first place. Now I gotta do it from like this weird angle. I'm gonna do game body, game head. Oh, you know what? I can take a little break. I just realized. I'm gonna play open front. Open. I just need a little break, guys. Little breaky break. Join single player. This is the greatest military strategy game of all time, guys. I'll show you here in a minute. I absolutely adore this game, and it's perfect for like little work breaks. So here we go. I normally lose, but it's super fun. Okay, so let me start right here. You just basically click on stuff until and you grow. And then once you run out of room, you just grow into other people's countries. This is and it doesn't take forever to play this game. It's like 15-minute games or whatever. So it's like perfect like coffee smoke breaks. I can't like I'm so addicted to this game. We'll see if I can win though. I don't want to embarrass myself, but its simplicity is so beautiful. So now I need to kind of recharge my batteries and let my population go back up. Basically, you want to outpower everyone. Kind of would like to isolate this guy here. It's kind of my competition from growing anywhere. He could attack me though, because I'm kind of overstretching myself super thin. The goal is not to like get into fights with super powerful countries. It's to just like manage, like keep finding a way to grow without expanding too much more. Because this guy is gonna keep pushing up against me, but I'm gonna keep him back while taking over the little countries until I can just swallow him up easily. But all of the real players, they're like super hard to kill. They're not real players, but there is a real multiplayer though. He's using whatever he can to just kind of push up against me, but As long as I can kind of hold him back while growing a little bit here and there, eventually the disparity becomes too great. Because he's essentially not growing. That's the thing. He can't grow because I isolated him. So unless like somebody else starts attacking me really aggressively here, I should be fine. But there are other up-and-coming countries that are becoming really powerful too. I might just sit here and just wait for 100k population and just wipe them out really quick. He did do a really good job at isolating me here. I still don't get this. The game? Is it like you literally just click? Like you have to just like you're watching your number. You're like this is how many troops you have available, and you can't expand too quickly. You're like watching, you know, that because your population rate growth is also influenced by how many people you have. So when it's really low relative to your land, they grow really fast. So you kind of do want to be attacking and keep that growth rate up, but you don't want to overdo it because if you drop your population too low through warfare, they can't. They literally can't grow fast again because there's not enough people making kids. So like you put yourself in a lot of danger when you expand too fast. So your goal is to basically like take as many little countries as you can and not engage with anybody too powerful until the right moment, and you can just swallow them up. It's such an amazing game. It seems like dumb because you're just clicking on other countries and slowly expanding into them, but it's actually a beautiful game. I think, I don't know. I'm like super addicted to it, especially on like these huge maps where like you think you're winning, like I'm becoming kind of a bigger power out here, and but somebody over there could be growing just as fast. And I only beat it on a hard one time, not even insane. I only beat it one time on hard, and I normally play on normal just because even sometimes I'll lose on normal because if you get pincered by two factions that just decide to start attacking you, there's nothing you can do. You're not gonna win against two real factions. So right now things are going really good. There's nobody next to me that can challenge me. I'm continuing to grow. And I think the big trick that I learned is don't pick fights with big guys. If you can't grow, just find a way to like send your ships out to islands, like little nations out here, just anything you can do to grow without because if you get into a hostility with somebody like early on with somebody around your size, all you will do is prevent yourself from growing until like somebody really big comes along and picks you off, because big people, they become big because they didn't start fights with an equivalent early on and just, you know, stay two small countries, and you don't want to do that. Even if they are attacking you, you just attack them back just enough to keep them from, you know, growing into you while you just expand when you get a chance. And then once you're relatively gigantic to them, you just swallow them up too. See, I'm just juggernauting right now at this point. But obviously on hard I think they just get bigger numbers, because like even when they start out they have like 10,000k when you're at 3, so I think it's just unfair basically. And I've never won a real multiplayer game. Those people are just too good. It's awesome to play it this way too, because it's super duper, like, you know, when you play like Total War, you get to a point where like I don't want to be sending individual armies out and managing all that stuff. I just kind of want to kind of swallow up the map, and this is like how it should be. Like once you take over half the world in, you know, Total War, it should just turn into this. Just because it's like, yeah, we get it, I'm gonna win. Just let me kind of click on stuff. I don't want to micromanage battalions and their flags and the general, you know, how the general feels today. Like I don't want to do all that at a certain point. Ooh, I dropped myself to 130. See, I need to kind of build back up. I was just clicking all really wild. Alright, so that guy's gone. And then you can send nukes out. I don't have enough money, but you can send hydrogen bombs, MIRV, that like just blast their entire country out of existence. You can build all these, you know, cities, kind of help your population growth, which is actually quite the opposite of what actual cities do. They actually people stop having kids in cities. It's the rural areas that actually produce children. But So you can send out ships to these islands. Sometimes it's annoying. This ship could land anywhere, but it like won't. And I'm not really sure how to build ships either. I know how to build a port, but like I can't. I'll actually just nuke them. Just take all that over. Maybe I can nuke the port and that'll kill the ship. Let me see if that'll work. So the port is gone, but okay, so now I can, yep, now I can go. Oh no, he's still shooting me down. That ship is still active, I guess. Let's see if he goes away far enough, I can sneak in there really quick. There we go. It's over. Okay. Now I can just juggernaut. Let's see. Ooh, there's a big guy right here. Damn, this guy's getting big. Actually, I kind of need to start worrying a little bit. There's quite the competition growing over there. He's got 900k. I could grow to be that big, but I think I'll still win. I don't think I'm going to get taken out or anything, but... There we go. Deleted that guy off the map. It would probably be smart to just let myself grow right now, because this guy's at 1.2 million. He could, if he just sends a ship out here, he could in theory just blast me. Actually, let me just send a hydrogen bomb over there just for good measure. Oh no, I should have done it to this guy, and I could have swallowed him up. But this is gonna do a lot of damage. This is like the most powerful nuke you can get outside the... There you go. Ooh, they're nuking me. Alright, I'm gonna push out a little bit. Once I have all this land, I can definitively just become bigger than the other guy. I got some little pesky guy over here trying to... Yeah, I'm gonna outgrow him. I'm just getting too big at this. He should have attacked me, because when I was at 500k, he could have pushed me. Not knocked me out of the game, but definitely pushed me. So now it's just I'm just gonna grow way faster than him. It's I need to get rid of all these ports here that are causing issues. There's no way he's gonna beat me, right? How does he have so much more troops? I'm still winning just because okay. I'm still pushing through though. From the inertia of just the amount of troops now. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be upset if I lose this game. Let's do a little hydrogen bomb really quick. Oh no, I'm gonna keep playing the game. I want to make sure he's going. But there's nothing more like playing against real people is like super fun. I need all of his empire to go away. I just won't sleep good at night knowing his people are still alive out there somewhere. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'm done with that. Alright, now going back to the game I'm working on. Where was I at? Action left up. I got him switched around. Left arm. Rotation. Rotation. Let's see, where did the other animations, where was the arm? It was action right down. So the arm is actually kind of like here. It's not, it's by the knee. So action left up. The arm. Rotation. Is, well, I guess whatever. It's like here kind of equivalent. And I'm gonna go. I wish there was a way to copy the keyframes from the other, just to see where they're at, like mirror them, just so I can see, so I can copy about the same. And I'm gonna slap the easing and everything on that, on all these animations, like down the road. Right now I just kind of wanna like once I finish this, I copy it, and then I'm gonna still got some work to do on the sprites a little bit, and all that kind of stuff too. Cause like the boots from this angle, they look terrible. You know, I got a lot of stuff to clean up on the GNOME, but I can basically hand it over to you in terms of like you being able to do your own stuff. Right there, rotation. I need my left arm, forearm. Left arm, forearm. Rotation. Oh no, yeah. Let's do like that. And then we'll do keyframe. Like that. Oh wait. I think that's a little bit too much, maybe. Yeah. How fast is that gonna play? I don't. It seems too fast, but like I'm thinking about it also is like how annoying would it be if like you went to do action and you had to wait for the animation to like play forever to get to it. So I'm thinking more like towards like this is as slow as it should go. Left arm, forearm, texture. I want to keyframe that. Load assets, Gnome. Where's my open hand? There it is. And we're gonna do. I want it to open like about right here. So let's do another keyframe for closed. Keyframe, load, asset, Gnome, closed. Because I want it to like open, be closed, and then go open like right about there, like opens up. Maybe even a couple frames down from there. Hey, Roos, come here, baby. Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, come here. Oh, let's check out the dog. He thought there'd be more stuff. Opens hand, and then right about. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The doggo points. So he goes, hand, open hand right there, and then right there, the mallet is gonna appear, and then I'm gonna give that a close. Load assets GNOME. So there we have it. Just grab. Why does it keep rotating? Up there probably. Okay. I think that's a little bit too far. Let's back that up. Like right there maybe. I feel like once he closes, he should stop moving his hand once he closes it, right? Like I feel like maybe not so abruptly, but like maybe one more frame of movement. Like that. And then I need to do add for our hammer visibility. How did I visible? No. Was it self-modulate or modulate? I forgot. And then you can do invis, and we'll do one-handed is. So when he goes like grab, no, that's too early. He goes something like that. It just goes grabs. The angle's off, but whatever. So we'll do. That looks cool. Yeah, I think it looks good like that. Because I don't necessarily care that there's like tools here. Like for something like little like a hammer, like that can just kind of show up real quick. You know, and when he like reaches back there, it just kind of shows up. Like if we have like a shovel or something that he has for like if we do something like, I don't know, an upgrade where that sprite needs to be easily changeable. It should be, right. That hammer, you mean? That should be easily changeable. I can just title it as tool, and then we can just put other things in there. In his hand. But I feel like if he does like a shovel or something, let's say we replace that with like something else. Or even if we have like a scanner, like he pulls out a scanner, it's going to be like a totally different animation. But we can definitely have it be interchangeable. The PNG. So just like give it some extra space, for example, in the PNG. Maybe use a pole for now instead of the hammer. I'm not. What do you mean? Give it extra space, like in the folder, like make it like sit, like give it an extra like little folder by itself so it doesn't get lost in the sauce, or what do you mean? Like make the animation with the longest tool he will use, you know? Yeah. I guess the way I envisioned the hammering, like he can, like if he did a different action, that's why I was asking about like what. Wait, am I? Oh, I thought I crashed. Never mind. That's why I was asking about what the action should be, because I was like, what is he like? What is he doing? So I'm like, well, hammering. Otherwise, you'd have to make more animations for other actions. That's true. That's true. But if the action is so like he can do like a lot of what he'll do, right? Outside of B execution, he will build stuff, which the hammer kind of covers. If he is digging, there's no way to like animate this where he's like I'm trying to imagine it to where like if he's digging, you're not gonna have an animation that's gonna fit the hammering and the digging for 4E4s. Otherwise, you. Welcome. I thought that was greetings, smart people. Japochi. I thought you left us forever. But yeah, no, I'm just trying to. That's why I was asking. Could be chopping plants, butchering mobs, and building with a hammer, or upgrading. Could be chopping plants, butchering mobs, and building with a hammer, or upgrading. Sorry, I've been MIA. No, it's totally cool. It's totally cool. Alright, so you're saying that same action could be chopping plants, butchering mobs, which is true, and building with hammer, or upgrading. I start to sleep early and have work. Oh, nice. You got a job? That's cool. Okay. I think it will work regardless. Like, because the only thing is I'm imagining if he does, because it's gonna be butchering mobs. So far, I'm seeing all of that fit within the context of what I'm doing. I might have to adjust things later. But like, what's the longest tool he'll use? Is like a knife. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, even if he's pulling it, like, remember, but I do temporary only. We'll see. My soul has been sucked lately. I'm barely hanging on. What are you? What kind? Is it Is that like a crappy job or? You don't have to tell me. I don't know why I said it that way. Like, but is it just something you don't like? Can't chop with it plants with an axe or something? But I think an axe is bigger than a hammer. I just couldn't sleep now, but I'm happy to catch your stream again. Yeah. Yeah, it's sad when people get jobs, dude. A lot of my friends have jobs. I never have time. And once they have kids, you just never hear from them. So when you swap it for an axe, it might suddenly start going through the legs or some shit. Yeah. Let me think about that. If I have to enemy, I know we want to cut down on. It's already like taking me forever just to do these 3 characters, but I think now that I know about now that I kind of know how to do the stuff, it's gonna go. I know I've said this before. It's gonna go faster, but we are sort of done with the sewer pipe thing for them, and then swap down to something smaller is easier. Yeah, but I think that's what I did with my swords on Airtown Idol, for example. No, I know what you're saying, and I think the hammering will cover. I try to avoid them going through the floor. No, I totally agree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying that if, like, let's say we do a butchering, like, because the way I imagined executions for bees is not going to be him sitting there, like, hammering. It's going to be, like, more interactive in the sense, like, he lines up. Like, I imagine him, like, going over there and, like, you know how the Gears of War characters interact with each other? Is sort of like that. You know, I don't know how I would do that. Like, I don't know how that works. How you would get the bee to, like, it's sitting there, you come up to it, you hit a button to execute, and then he goes and does, like, a quick, like, animation where he, like, grabs the bee, does some, you know, like, kills it, and then that's the butchering event. Okay, cool, I'm just the angel on your shoulder trying to fight for less work for you. No, I know it's, and the thing is that I agree with you. But it's okay. It will be better with more animations. Yeah, I don't mind spending more time. Like, I don't know what your timeline is, but, like, and I also want to save time, but I don't know how, because, like, in my mind, like, I'm imagining it a certain way, and what you're saying makes sense. It's just that, like, if we do a bee execution, it's not gonna be him hammering, like, next to the bee. It's gonna be something a little bit more spectacular than that. Or if, you know what I mean, or if he goes into battle mode with, like, an axe, he's going to be holding it with 2 hands and then doing like that. Like, it's going to be a different thing, I think, right? Like, I just don't see how, like, we can't use this animation. Like, this could be the animation for building, pulling up rocks, like, it could be even a small hatchet for tree cutting, right? It just switches to, like, but for other things, I can't see this being universally used. You know, and I'm aware that there is, like, time constrictions in life, and I don't want to spend, like, 3 years on this game, but you know, I think things will speed up here in a minute, like, once I understand the system a little bit better. But yeah, no, I think that, like, for, like, bee execution and stuff like that, other actions, there will have to be other animations, I think, but we'll see. Okay, sorry, I had to get comfortable there. From why sorting to why not sorting. Yeah, that's but I think I don't fully understand the system yet, because like, I understand logically that things that are layered behind, like, you know, if it's -1, that's below 1, but you know, I'm kind of going off of what ChatGPT is saying. I'm watching YouTube videos, but, like, all the YouTube videos are from 3.5 or something version, so they're, like, already, like, outdated. So I'm kind of like, you know, most games you see made in Godot, and I'm sure there are some, but, like, most of them don't have this, like, all these, like, layers and stuff, I think. So anyway, we'll slowly figure it out. And I definitely think, like, this is definitely, like, the more far deeper end of the pool to start with for animations. Like, I think it would have been, not that I'm complaining, but I think most people are not doing all this for their, like, when they're first making their game, they're making, like, a Pokemon, like, a little sprite, like a little sprite, and he goes behind a rock, and then they figure out the sort of the initial Y sorting, and then they get slowly more. Definitely think I'm diving into the deep end. Yeah, this is definitely, but this is kind of what I wanted in terms of like, all that stuff. You still drawing? I still draw in the morning. I still practice for 30 minutes every single day. I still practice every day, but I'm just it's on the back burner right now. I think I need to make a new IG account so I can like your stuff. I'm not drawing right now too much, so you don't have to worry about that. Like I just don't have the time. I'm trying to pour like all my like energy is getting poured into this right now. Not that I'm not like once things stabilize, maybe I will draw more, but right now I'm not super concerned with it. Not as badly as you just explained. Not so much people using static sprite. Not so much people using static sprite, but not using multi-sprite animation player animations. I'd argue the majority of devs haven't done multi-sprite animation player animations. I would have assumed that like it's. I feel like 3D would have been more simple because 3D is already like. I don't understand how to do 3D. I don't understand like how 3D works in terms of like I understand how like to build a scene, right? You place objects wherever you want, but I don't understand how a player can walk upstairs in a 3D game. It blows my mind that works. So you see how they're changing the hand sprites as well as animating, etc. So you see how they're changing hand sprites as well as animating. This is literally something only someone with your brain would do first. Yeah. Okay, so Hammer needs to go. Hammer needs to go. The thing is, the reality is, if you were to cut up little pieces of paper, let's say, and like put like cardboard and put magnets, all of this conceptually is super simple, right? It's just the hard part is understanding the logic of the software and beating it, like because but because you're accustomed to understanding visuals, the layer of complexity is fine too. I think the layer of complexity is fine. It's just more this like I said, it's just more wrestling with the software. I was thinking about putting in like these like sparks when he hits, but I'm not sure. I bet you call the hard part is the easy part. I bet you call. Yeah, it's just I have different challenges. Like my brain works well in some ways and not so well in other ways. So, right, hammer. I think we need rotation, right? Just slap some rotation on there. Which is gonna be. Let's put that over here and do. That offset, right? Is that offset that's off? Let's do add hammer offset really quick. Never find it. Offset. If I click on it, okay, it's done. Oh yeah, I gotta have the offset like towards the end of the handle. Right there. That's gonna be better. And then I need position. Let me just, sorry, I'll read the comments here in a second. I just wanna, while my brain is working really well, position. Last night I stayed up till 2 in the morning trying to figure out what was wrong with the and I couldn't figure it out. What was wrong with it, like the Y sorting, and I never like really figured it out. Except for, like, I just kept having more wild ideas about how it works. It was very frustrating. More people know how to do the hard part than the easy. The hard part is understanding how all the stuff even goes together visually. Like, think about how quickly you learn the software law. Now think about how long it would. Yeah, I think that like for people who can't draw, like if they understand the sort of mechanics of the software, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it would probably take it would be harder to not know how to draw and make something. Like they could do it, they just can't draw, so it's like hard to. You go, guys. You may have all the energy to figure things out, and much luck, and love you both. Thank you, Japoshi. I'll be heading to bed. Yeah, good luck with your new job. Congratulations. I know you were looking for one. Good night. So, yeah, congratulations on that. Oh, not you can go if you want, but I there was a story of like there was some Russian American. He was like harassing Filipino people, and he's going to I guess he's going to prison for like 25 years. He was like one of those nuisance streamers, and he was so he definitely the easy part is the software. Yeah, like there was some dude that was like he was like he went to the Philippines and he was doing like nuisance streaming. He was like doing illegal stuff like stealing and just harassing police officers. I guess they're sending them to jail for like a really really long time. I will see if it kind of how it plays out. Those nuisance streamers are super annoying though. Rotation. He got in prison. What an yeah. Also, you know about that, Vitaly? Yeah, I passively knew him. Not knew him, but I mean like through YouTube and stuff. He's showed up on my feed here and there, but he was bullying security guards and random people. Yeah, that's crazy that people think they can get away with it. I almost hope that he does. Like, not whatever. I don't really know if he should go to jail for like 25 years, but at the same time, like, it's crazy that they like think that they're gonna get away with it, and it's just gonna breed more of like people like that. You know what I mean? Like more kids are gonna look at that and be like, "That's my future. I want to be. That's what I'm gonna do." So I'm kind of glad. I hope they stomp that out. I used to watch him before until he got really into dark areas of producing content. Yeah, he used to do like gym trolling. He would like go up to people and be. I remember like years ago he'd go up to people and be like, "Do you lift?" I don't know. Just I never was like. I just knew him passively through YouTube, but I never had like I was never like a super big fan or anything, or like really against them. But yeah. I just want to see somebody stomp out the nuisance streaming plague that's going on. All right, offs. What am I doing? Oh yeah. I need to do Z. I need to do Z. Hammer. Z index. I also did adult video. He also did adult videos, which is nothing. He wrong. He got everything for I stopped. When his contents are forced and every brain numbing. I totally well, it's late for you, Slate. I used to as well. Oh, watch Vitaly. He, I just think that the problem is this stuff like escalates, and then nuisance streamers they're eventually just gonna be like shooting people and being like, it's just a prank, bro. Like straight up, they're just gonna hit people with like an iron pipe and be like, well, it's just a prank. It's just getting out of control. I think. I don't know. I want to see it stopped, like, or at least stomped out a little bit. Once you get money, you should leave that game. Like drug dealing. Dude, I thought about that so much because I've never done drugs. People in high school would be like, dude, you should sell drugs. And I always thought about it. Not really, but kind of. I'm saying this for entertainment purposes only, but I sort of thought about it. I'm like, dude, like, just being like the kind of person that's super paranoid, I'd probably get away with it for years and like just buy a few properties and just chill off that money and just kind of play Xbox and collect rent for the rest of my life. But I'm sure too it's like get in and get out. Yeah, I think if you're gonna do the drug dealing, just kind of it's good to be like super paranoid and just dabble in it. Don't. But that's I think a lot of people think of it that way, and then things start to go in their direction, and they're like, well, if I just do this for another 3 years, I'll be I'll be able to buy a whole apartment complex, and then I'm just gonna really get out, and I think that's the issue. Is like same with social media, pranks, get in and get out. I think I'm surprised in America you can get in so much trouble for that though. Like in America, straight up, like you can get sued into oblivion for that. I don't know how they do it still. Like drug dealing kind of hard though when you got hooked on some bad people. I think that's oh Jipochi didn't in the Philippines didn't your guys' president or am I thinking of a wrong country? Was that the country where they were just like straight up just killing people like the drug dealers and stuff, or was that El Salvador or something like start a real business? Yeah, go viral, take the money, make a real business, let the world get forget about you. Yeah. I think it was the Philippines where they decided just to like kill drug dealers straight up. They're just like agree with this. Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah, Z index. Z index. So this is gonna be -1. Yeah, it was former President Duterte. Duterte. So is it still like that, or do they kind of chill? Are they like way more chill now over there? He's now being held in your. What the? Why would anybody be? I just you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to be like oh everyone should die that made a mistake or that you know. But if your country has a plague of drugs, it's like dude you got to take care of that. I'm from South London, so I know a lot of dealers. Only a few actually go to buy houses. Rest get caught up showing up to girls and little boy. I think that's the problem is that yeah they get caught in the game and it's like they don't you know what I mean like you said they just don't understand that the real game is to it's a high risk you can do and I'm not even like super hating on it. It's like do it, but if you're gonna do that like make sure you save up money, give it to your mom, like get your mom to buy houses through her name so you're not disclosing that, you know what I mean? Find any way to like get those properties and then you can she'll just transfer them in your name or something if you trust your parents like that, But yeah, they don't get it. They think they don't get it. They keep escalating how much money they need because they want to keep up with the lifestyle. Yeah, so they just don't get it. People protested because they are Duterte fanatics. It's chill now, but our president still sucks. Yeah, there's always problems, but I honestly like after seeing what happened in El Salvador, like El Salvador, they like those prison camps where they like make people work and stuff. Like it's called zero. It's called like zero. What do you call it? Zero relaxation time, and their country looks awesome. Like they fixed their country straight up. Yeah, by percent of game devs game or something. Something, right? So, yeah. He was praised for war on drugs, but some police took it too far instead of killing innocent. Far instead killing innocents that were dealing drugs. Yeah, I think Oops, what is this? Oh, planting drugs in this. Or like musicians music or something. Yeah, it's you don't want to do that. You don't want to do stuff like that. Let me change that. I'm getting confused with this hammer thing. Oh wait, so it was there the whole time. So the hammer needs to be. Oh, it's behind. It's behind the. Oh, so this could be an issue, right? So the hammer needs to be above. But this got political real quick. Might be. I'm sure you could make music artists and then buy him adverts with drug money and then declare the returns legitimately. Probably happens literally all the time. Another great way to like wash money is like artwork because it's hard to determine the price of it. It's just it's up to you. A lot of money gets washed through art pieces. You just buy something for a ridiculous amount of money, and then that's, you know. Yeah, record labels are shady. I get why Rihanna wanted to go into the makeup world. Is she in the makeup world? I don't know too much about Rihanna, so I don't know. So why is this hammer? This hammer needs to be. This hammer needs to be at a 1, right? But the hand, the arm, Gnome. Wait. This needs to be at a hammer. Is at a. Where's my so Z index? At a 0. So the hammer is at a 0, right? Ordering 0, and then our arm needs to be at a 1 because it needs to be above that. Sorry guys, I'm starting to. The hammer definitely needs to be a 1, so it's not below that, and then the arm, the forearm. Let's add a track. Hold on one second. Let's forearm Z index. Forearm Z index. Let's bump that up to this. This needs to be. Yeah, art in general, games, music, images, all of it. Like I could make a game right. Go buy Steam gift cards with cash and then buy my own game. That's very true. Don't they have software though? Like if you were to buy your own game with like if you were, you'd have to like pump that money from like different computers and IP addresses, because like Steam has actually like software, you know what I mean, that they could maybe think it's suspicious. Like, cause I guess if you buy your own game, right, to wash money, you can only buy your game like once per account. Because you know you can't rebuy games, right, once you have it. I'm just saying, I don't know, just use a VPN and make an account. Yeah, but that's a lot of work, you know. Now you're working for your money. It's like I'm trying to not work. You lose some to Steam fees, but that's the price of laundering at the end of the day. Yeah, and keep it in your inventory. Force your friends as well. Yeah. Oh, I understand. I understand. Z is relative. So this Z is. You see, this Z is relative to. So it's still above because the forearm is at 2. So if I need to make this a 1. So now the hammer will be. Or maybe I didn't understand it. I thought I just had a breakthrough. Is 100 steps ahead of her. That's for laundry cash an hour. Wait, you could pay someone $25 an hour to make 10 accounts an hour and sell the game for $50. I've said too much. That was a good riff. You said, yeah. Well, I thought I had like a small revelation, but I guess I didn't. So this is form. Okay, so that's where. Okay, so right here it needs to be a 1, and then this Z index Needs to be -1. Yeah. And if I go -2, now it will go behind the thing. Yeah. So this is basically this -1 is this hammer is relative to its parent, and its parent is the forearm. So the forearm here, Z index, is 0, right? 1. So the hammer being -1 sets it back to 0, right? Gotta go to bed or else I'll be lazy to bring my ass up later. I understand you, Pochi. Thank you for stopping by the way. Appreciate it. But yeah, we'll just keep working away at the game. Thank you. Yeah, there's, I've never really thought about it. I don't know. Probably. How do you watch? It's getting harder to watch money. I guess like. Ugh. You gotta be like more and more clever nowadays. Okay, I kind of want to play that animation though, because I'm not convinced. No, everything should be fine. But trees. Let me go to what was I just gonna do? Oh yeah, script action. Is it it's left up action left action left. I'm just kind of curious. I know I can change the timing on this too, so we don't have to wait so long for the animations to play, but I just want to see. Whoa, whoa. So that works. That works. And that ends where it's supposed to end. Okay, so he go. Wait, hold on. Did I? Sorry, I need to play. I missed the part that I was supposed to see. Did that was that hammer in front of the tree, or did I hallucinate that? It is in front of the tree. Okay. But easier to see. I'm the dev on this project with you. We have crypto. It's getting easier. We have crypto now too. Can you give me the artist role on your channel? I'll edit to you on my channel when I go back inside. I'll edit to you on my channel. It doesn't give any abilities, just a badge, but easier to see. I'm the dev on this project with you. How do I do that? Do I click on your name and then go sub gifter turbo? Oh, that's your those are the badges you get. So I go to. The only thing I can do is block, or I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me close that up. In creator dashboard, I think community roles. So if I go to here, creator dashboard. I never use this thing. Creator. Oh wait, creator dashboard. Then what'd you say? Roles. Community roles manager. Add new. Air. Oh yeah, it's air. save, I think, right? Did you get it? Okay, it is working. Awesome. Oh yeah, you do got it. Nice. Okay, so the only thing is that actually it did show up in front of the where's my game at? Oh, yeah, 2D. So we did see the hammer show up in front of the. I just realized I can just move these around, right? Action left up, the one I'm working on, I can just move that to the beginning after idle. And just do one of these, so I don't have to sit here and wait for it to play through all the actions. I'm gonna go ahead and save that really quick. Let's play that one more time. Idle, and then hammer is in the hand is in front of the tree. Okay, so what happened? Let's go back to 2D here. It's got to be the so if let's just say for the sake z index, let's just drop the z index by -2. Where are we at? So it's behind this, but just I just want to do it this way and just see, does that get rid of the issue as far as the hammer going? Is it just the z index? No, it is not just the z index. Okay. Oh, okay, that's right. It's relative to. Oh, okay. It's relative to. So this doesn't matter. This can be -1. Let's see, -1. That were okay. So the thing we need to control is the forearm because it's this is relative to the forearm. This has to go -1, right? Or this has to go to 0, which messes that up. But let's save that really quick and go play. Does that solve it? That did solve it. Okay. Okay, so at least we know that it's not in front of the tree. So why is it here? It's showing the hammer behind in the hand, like it's behind the hand. Right? We got hammer behind the hand, but when it plays, the hammer is in front of the hand. So what am I missing here? Hammer is the index. So, and this is, so let's say I think I need to bring this up, right, one by one, so that fixes that, because this is the child of this. Okay, so let's play that, just see what that broke. Oh my god, Willadella, thank you so much for the follow, Willadella. I think you're my second follower. Ever since I started streaming on software side, you're like the second, not like a second real follower. Like not saying that people that came from Ayrton aren't real. I'm just saying like a person that actually, like, normally it's when I draw that I get followers, and it's been dry, like streaming software stuff, like me making this, dry. Nobody's following. So you're like the second follower. So I appreciate it, thank you. Okay, everything works. Everything works. I might actually be able to. Yeah, it actually works. The hammer's where it's supposed to be. Here, he's gonna play it again right here. It's it's in the hand. It's behind the. Oh my god! Thank you, God. Oh my god! I would have been so devastated if it just started not working again. Okay, I'm gonna finish this tonight. This is getting finished tonight, but I'm at 5 hours. I'm gonna go eat. I've been here sitting here for 5 hours straight. Maybe have a little cigar. Maybe I'll have a little cigar. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't want to have any more coffee, but definitely don't want more coffee unless I want to stay up till 2 in the morning working on this stuff again. Dude, my brain was fried last night. I was just sitting here, like, I'm like, I don't think I can move forward. Like, I can't figure it out. And, yeah, I eventually ended up just parenting everything because I'm like, well, why not? Right? Like, let's just throw ideas at it. And that seemed to all come together. You have to parent everything. But anyway, I need to go eat really quick. Go get myself some McDonald's. Probably like some chicken nuggies from McDonald's or something. And but I'll work on this for the rest of the day basically. And play open front on breaks. But yeah, that's the rest of the day. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'll see you guys later. Love you all. Thank you so much.